Final call for those 8 and 9-year-olds to the showman ring. Final call for those 8 and 9-year-olds to the holding area. We're going to go ahead and get started here in a minute. And we'll be closing the gate. And once that's done, no one else will be coming in. So final call for 8 and 9-year-olds to the holding ring. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Ohio State Fair. Today we have our first show We're starting with our Market Lamb Showmanship. Our 8 and 9-year-olds are currently in the ring. Today we have our judge of Chase McGolden. His wife Kelly and son Maddox is from Fairview, Oklahoma. They run about 50 head of crossbred ewes utilizing AI and flush. Chase's daytime job is an ag teacher at Fairview High School. Please give an Ohio welcome to Chase as he judges our showmanship today. Give him a round of applause. This will be your first call for that next class of showmanship, 10-year-olds. First call, 10-year-olds to the makeup arena. Second call for those 10-year-olds to the makeup arena for showmanship. Second call, 10-year-olds. Third and final call for the next class of showmanship 10-year-olds. Third and final call for those 10-year-olds to the makeup arena. We will be closing the gate soon, and you'll not be able to enter in the class. Third and final call, 10-year-olds.
Well, good morning, and really excited to be out in Ohio, getting to be able to sort through your showmanship portion of your show. I know you got the commercial you show later this evening, and then your market lambs tomorrow. But man, and excited to be here. What an awesome way to start! And we've got kids all the way down the line that I think do really, really good jobs of getting their animals presented. For an 8 and 9-year-old group to be this deep and this good all the way through is a huge compliment to your state. And today, you know, a lot of it is subjective in terms of how I like to see them presented. And so if that's maybe not your speed or you like to present them a different way, that's perfectly okay. Today we're going to kind of sort them how I like to see them presented. And man, I think we've got two hammers at the top end of this class. And I think both of these young people, just in terms of technique, in terms of how they set into these sheep, the head control, the hands that they have, and just kind of the ring presence that they surface to the top with, I think do an excellent job. Very, very close between them. You know, when it comes down to it, I think the young lady, again, just in terms of her technique, the angle that she sets into that sheep, the way she utilizes that sheep's head and keeps that nose down, keeps that sheep put together. And I think the biggest compliment to her for when I sort her, I think when she gets that sheep where he needs to be, I think she is the most efficient about feet and leg placement. I think she's good enough in terms of where she puts them. I think they're close enough. I love her efficiency when she gets him in, going. And then again, I think she gets that one in motion. She does an awesome job with speed and just ring presence and where she needs to be and how she needs to get there. Young lady does an awesome job. The young man that comes in too, again, technique and hand control and head does an awesome job. And he's so square when he sets into that sheep. Man, it got close between the pair of them. I don't know if we are getting just as much out of that sheep as the young lady that wins the class. I think at times our sheep wants to kind of lunge or lean forward. I'd like to see you get just a little bit more out. I think your technique, I think the way that you set into that sheep and your hands on that sheep's head are so, so good. You get him in motion again, doing an awesome job. A very, very good pair to start our day today. The young lady that comes in third, I think probably most closely follows our young lady that wins our class just in terms of her basic technique when she gets that one presented and propped up. At times, for me, you get a little bit too far off to the side. I'd like to see you just a little bit more square into that sheep. I think that would help keep that sheep put together just a little bit better. When you get him in motion, you do an awesome job. Young lady's doing a great job there in three. The two young boys that come here in 4 and 5, again, when we get them propped up and we get them stuck, I think they do an awesome job as well. The young man that comes here in 4, I think just keeps his sheep together a little bit more. When we get him in motion, the young man does a great job controlling the head, getting that sheep where he needs to go. And then the young man in 5, I know we had a few issues with the ewe lamb wanting to get away, or the weather getting away from us just a little bit. And that's okay. I've let a few sheep go before. For me, when we get him stuck and get him on the prop, I think his technique is about as good as any of them in the class. He's so comfortable in that sheep. He gets a lot out of him. For me, when we get him in motion and we get him stuck, we're just not as efficient as maybe the top end of this class. But an awesome set all the way down the line. There's a lot of really, really good showmen. If you're around ringside, let's give these kids a big round of applause. They did a great job today. Good job.
Congratulations to that first class of 8 and 9-year-olds. Presenting our class winner is Gary Salmon, the first vice president of the Ohio Township Association. And congratulations to first place. First place in that 8 and 9-year-olds is Cagney Craft of Mercer County. Second in that 8 and 9-year-olds is Coy Beck of Fulton County. Third, Avery Kramer of Auglaize County. Fourth, Chance Hawley of Wood County. And fifth, Austin Solser of Medina County. Now entering the ring is our class of 10-year-olds showmanship. Entering the ring, 10-year-olds showmanship. The Big Committee was founded on a simple belief of bred well and raised right. Through the support of generous partners, including our title sponsors, Ag Boofer and Son, Farm Credit, and today's show sponsors, Adam Family Club Lambs and Stock Show Secrets, along with many dedicated breeders, businesses, families, we are proud to recognize the hard work and accomplishments of Ohio's junior sheep exhibitors. Through the generous support of our sponsors, breeders, and industry partners, the Big Committee is proud to provide additional awards that celebrate the success of Ohio's junior sheep exhibitors. These awards recognize the dedication required to raise and exhibit quality livestock while reflecting the Big Committee's commitment of bred well and raised right, along with investing in the next generation of the sheep industry. Congratulations on receiving a big award today. Each Showmanship Age winner will receive a set of Andes E Merge cordless clippers, and the division will receive a Weaver clip bag. We thank the Big Committee for sponsoring and getting those awards for our exhibitors. This will be your second call for those 11-year-olds to the makeup arena. Second call, 11-year-olds to the makeup arena. This will be your third and final call for those 11-year-olds to the makeup arena for showmanship. Third and final call. 11-year-olds, showmanship to the makeup arena.
We get in the next age division. I think the 10-year-olds, and again, not as big of a class, but I think the quality is still really good. And man, the top two, these two young ladies here at the top end, they do an outstanding job. I think they are so close in terms of where this class places, because I think you could go either way. Honestly, it came down to just a couple things for me, and I'll be real honest. I think the young lady in the purple that wins the class, I think on the standstill, when we get that one propped up, just in terms of her position in that sheep, I think the angle that she sets into him, the power that she gets out of that sheep, her hands, I think, are the most ideal in this particular class. The question is that sheep just going to go and walk enough for us? I think if he finally does relax and kind of go, the young lady does an awesome job when we get him in motion. The sheep's just got to cooperate just a little bit better. I think once you get past that, though, and you get him on the standstill, her technique and the way she sets in him, the control of that one's top line and how she gets as much power and push out of him, I think just kind of elevates her for me in this particular class. Young lady does an awesome job. The young lady in two, I think she does so good, and she is so smooth in terms of how she gets that sheep presented. She's always in the right spot, and that sheep is always set up just perfectly. She's very good in terms of her transitions from going to setting the back feet to getting in front of him. For me, it's just a showmanship technique thing that I'd like to change. I'd like to set her and get just a little bit more out of that sheep. I think that's a very minute thing. That's a personal preference for me. I think past that, though, the way she controls the head, the way her hands set and control that jawline are so good. And again, she is as smooth and as fluid as you can make one. And that top pair is close. Both those young ladies do an outstanding job. The young man that comes in three is probably the most similar to our class winner in terms of how he gets into that sheep and how he gets that sheep going. I like his technique. I think he's square. I think he's good in terms of his feet and leg placement. He's good in terms of how smooth he is from transitions. At times, for me, I think we just pull just a little too much on that sheep's head. I'd like to relax our hands, and that's maybe separates us from being in the top pair. But again, I think his technique and the way he sets in him still gives him the advantage. The young lady that comes here in 4, again, I think she's really, really close in terms of how she sets into that sheep. Maybe not as getting as much power as the 3 that precede her, not as much push out of them, but I think her technique and her hands still bring her to the top end of this class. And then the young lady that rounds out her top 5. Again, very good in terms of how efficient she is about setting that sheep up. When she gets in there, she's solid, she's smooth. I'd like to just turn her and get her a little bit more centered, maybe change her hands just a little bit. But an awesome class. Congratulations to those kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to those in our 10-year-olds. Our champion 10-year-old goes to Adelaida Culp of Wood County. Second goes to Betsy Young-Peter of Allen County. Third, Hunter Sulzner of Medina. Fourth, Madeline Kidd of Washington County. And fifth goes to Adeline White of Belmont. Now entering the ring is our 11-year-olds for showmanship. Entering the ring, 11-year-old. Helping hand out some of our awards today, we have Miss Courtney Copeland. She is honored to serve as the 2025-26 Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Courtney will begin her sophomore year this fall at South Dakota State University, where she is majoring in agricultural education. She was raised on her family's sheep and crop farm located in Logan County. Courtney has been involved in the sheep industry from a very young age. She has exhibited sheep at the local, state, and national level and continues to promote multiple facets of the American sheep industry. Courtney is excited to be here today and wishes all of our exhibitors good luck. Please help me in giving a round of applause and welcoming Courtney, our Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. This is your first call for those 12-year-olds to the makeup arena for showmanship. First call. A reminder, we will have division champions, so we'll need those first and second place exhibitors from our 8 and 9-year-olds through our 12-year-olds will be our first division. Once again, we'll have champion for divisions 8 and 9-year-olds through 12-year-olds. First call, 12-year-olds to the makeup arena. Second call for those 12-year-olds to the makeup arena. Second call, 12-year-olds to the makeup arena for showmanship. A reminder to all exhibitors that from 2 to 4 today, the swag stop will be opened in the Voinovich building, which is the beef barn. Once again, from 2 to 4 p.m. today, swag stop for all junior exhibitors in the beef barn. Third and final call for those 12-year-olds to the makeup arena. Third and final call, 12-year-olds, showmanship to the makeup arena.
Well, a really, really good set of kids that come out here in this particular class. And again, we talked about it earlier in the day. This class is the same thing. I mean, we got kids on that side that are so good and so close just in terms of my personal preference of how I like to see them exhibited. But man, that top 5, this top 10, 12, 14, 15 was so good. And it's just minor, small things that I would change in maybe each and every one of you. But again, I want you to feel confident with your abilities because to get out here and to be towards the top end of this class takes a very, very good showman. And I think we land on a young lady that just in terms of checking the boxes and everything that she does when she gets this one presented, in my opinion, is about as ideal as you can do. I love the way that she sets into that sheep and the angle that she has, the head control that she has of this weather is as good as any of them in the class. And I think not only does she do the right things when we get him propped up and get him on the side, but I think when we get that one in motion, she does the best job. And just in terms of spacing and kind of keeping enough room in front of her and giving herself plenty of leeway either way, I think she does that to the next or to the best in this particular class. Couple that with her head control, her technique, and I think we land on a young lady that is an outstanding job. The young lady that comes in too is as smooth as you can make one. I mean, just in terms of going from setting a leg to getting in front of that sheep, she does an outstanding job. She never really gets rattled. She never really gets in a hurry, and I appreciate all of those things about it. I think with that, though, just maybe not as aggressive in terms of our look that we're presenting compared to our class winner. But, man, I think your technique is really good. I think your hands are awesome. I'd just like to speed you up just a little bit and get a little bit more out of her just in terms of how you set into her. But, again, I think the way you get around that sheep, how smooth you are, still needs to bring you to the top end of this class. The young lady that comes in 3 is when we get this ewe lamb stuck, I think her technique is probably the most ideal in this particular class in terms of how I like to see him. I love the way she sets into that sheep. Her hands are awesome. Her head control is good. Her speed when we get her in motion is very, very good. To me, it's getting her there. I'd like to see you maybe change how you stretch her out just a little bit. She wants to fight us. She wants to pull us just a little bit. And when we get into the top end and we got to go against the 2 young ladies that precede us in this particular class, I think everything's got to look just a little bit smoother when we lengthen her out. But from there, when you get her propped up and you get her set, young lady, I think you do an awesome job. The young man that comes here next, again, technique and hands are so good. I think at times, just for me, I think we let that Weathers top line sag just a little bit, maybe not just getting as aggressive brace in comparison to the ones that precede you. I think we pull just a little bit on your hands. I think you get past that, and those are tiny, minute little things. Your technique is awesome. Your speed is good. Your control is awesome, and you do an awesome job getting that one presented, especially when we get them in motion. And the young lady that comes here in 5, again, I think technique and hands and just the way she gets this weather around the ring are so good. I think just right here is what kind of lands us in the 5 hole. The weather's wanting to fight us just a little bit. He's just not wanting to cooperate maybe as ideal as I'd like to see. I think once we get past that, though, talk about your technique, talk about your hands. You do an outstanding job. I think this class is so good. If you're around ringside, please give him a big round of applause. I did an awesome job.
Congratulations to those in our 11-year-old showmanship. We had 27 sheep shown, and congratulations, our champion 11-year-old going to Peyton Prince of Champaign County. Second going to Gentry Krotzer of Sandusky County. Third, Rowan Ward of Pike County. Fourth, Cade Beck of Fulton County. And fifth, going to Dallas Krebenhenny of Union County. Presenting our award is Gary Salmon, the first vice president of the Ohio Township Association, and Courtney Copeland, our Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador. Now entering the ring is our 12-year-olds showmanship. Entering the ring, 12-year-olds for showmanship. A reminder, after this class, we'll be doing our junior division championship. So this will be your first call for those first and second place winners from our 8 and 9-year-olds, 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. First call for those junior divisions, first and second. Second call for our junior division drive. That would be our 8 and 9 year, 10 and 11 year olds, first and second to the makeup arena. Second call, junior division, 8 and 9, 10 and 11 year olds, first and second place to the makeup arena.
we just kind of continue getting them out here, and these kids continue to do an awesome job. Another large class, and again, my compliments to those kids on that side. I think they do a very good job. Again, it just comes down to small, minute things that I might change just in terms of how we get them presented. I think we land on a top 5, though, and I think we land on a young lady that wins the class, and she wins pretty handily for me. I think just in terms of her technique, and how she sets into that sheep, I think is so good. She's so good in terms of how smooth she is. Not only when we get that sheep in motion, but when we get him propped up, she takes her time and uses her time wisely. She sets the feet that need to be set, doesn't ever get in a rush, but does it efficiently to where the sheep continues to have a good look from the side. I love her technique. I love how she sets into that sheep, and I think her hands and head control give her the distinct advantage in this class. The young lady that comes in too, man, if we talk about just getting enough power and shape, young lady gets so much out of this sheep, and I love the way that she sets into him when she gets him there, because the handle is so good. She gets a lot of push and power. Her head control is awesome. I think at times maybe just not as perfect in terms of our foot placement as our class winner, just in terms of maybe our front feet or our back feet, but I think her technique, her push that she gets out of that sheep still need to bring her to the top end of the class. The two young men that come here in 3 and 4, I think do a very, very similar job. I think they're so good in terms of their technique. They set into those sheep very, very comfortably. Their hands are good. I think for me, to move you guys up in this class, I've got to have more out of these sheep. I think you need to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of how we're getting into these sheep. I think our technique is good. I'd just like to see you get more aggressive on the brace and on the handle. The young lady that comes here in 5, man, when we get this one propped up, I think your technique and your hands are awesome. For me, it's just coming down to just getting her there quick enough. When we get her in that top 5, probably the slowest in terms of setting. The ewe-lambs wanting to fight us just a little bit. I'd like to make you just a little bit more efficient getting there. I think your technique is awesome. I think your hands are good to move up, but we just got to be a little bit more efficient. Man, an awesome set. Again, I'm going to ask you, if you're ringside, let's give these kids a big round of applause. They did a great, great job.
Congratulations to those in our 12-year-olds. Our champion 12-year-old goes to Bryn Bollinger of Wayne County. Second in our 12-year-olds going to Parker White of Ashland. Third to Zayden Wooten of Mahoning County. Fourth, Jake Kramer, Hancock County. And fifth, going to Innocent Gilberger of Logan County. Congratulations to those in our 12-year-old showmanship division. Now entering the ring is our junior division championship for our showmanship. First place from our 8 and 9-year-old goes to Kagan Kraft of Mercer County. First in the 10-year-old is Adeline Culp of Wood County. First in our 11-year-old is Peyton Prince of Champaign County. And in our 12-year-old division, first place going to Bryn Bollinger of Wayne County. In our 8 and 9-year-olds, second place going to Coy Beck of Fulton County. Second in our 10-year-old going to Betsy Young-Peter of Allen County. Second in our 11-year-old going to Gentry Kreutzer of Sandusky. And second place in our 12-year-old division going to Parker White of Ashland County. This is our championship drive for our junior division, our 8 and 9 through 12-year-olds. This is going to be your first call for those 13-year-olds to the makeup arena. First call, 13-year-olds to the makeup arena. Our division winner will be receiving an award sponsored by the Mark Banbury family. Our reserve champion showman will receive the Dave Howe and Denny Miller Memorial Awards here at the Mark Banbury Memorial Showdown.
Well, a really good set of junior exhibitors as we get out our class winners again. And again, I think all of these kids do an outstanding job. We've had a great first set of them this morning and excited to work through the intermediates and the seniors later today. Ringside, you guys might have your favorites and you might like them shown maybe just a different way, and that's totally okay. For me, I think it's kind of a clear cut 1 and 2 out of this group. An awesome set. Congratulations to these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll go shake your hand if you're champion in reserve.
And our junior division champion goes to Bryn Bollinger of Wayne County from our 12-year-old division. And our reserve junior champion goes to Kagan Kraft from our 8 and 9-year-old division of Mercer County. This is going to be your final call for those 13-year-olds to the makeup arena. Final call, 13-year-olds to the makeup arena. Our grand and reserve in each of the junior divisions are receiving an award from the Banbury family, along with from the big committee. They will be receiving a Weaver Clipper bag. Entering the ring now is our 13-year-olds showmanship class. Entering the ring, 13-year-olds. First call for those 14-year-olds to the makeup arena. First call, 14-year-old. Second call for those 14-year-olds to the makeup arena. Second call, 14-year-olds. Final call for those 14-year-olds. Showmanship to the makeup arena. Final call, 14-year-olds.
Well, another really, really good set and a very, very deep set of kids that come out here again in this particular division. For me, though, I land on the young lady in the lime green, and I think that's the young lady that just continues to have the best look of that sheep throughout the day or throughout the class for us. I think when she gets him propped up and she gets into him with her technique and her hands and just gets that sheep elevated, she's so good about head control. And I think probably for me, the biggest advantage is that she has in this class is just as smooth as she is in her transitions from getting that sheep to setting back legs to stretching him out. I think she does that just to the best or to the highest degree in this particular class. The young man again in the green that comes here in second, I think when we get that sheep propped up and we get him there, that young man's as good as they come. I think his technique and how square he is when he gets into that sheep, his hands are good, his head control is awesome, he makes sure the nose stays down. Young man is very, very good in terms of feet and leg placement. He always has those set exactly where they need to be. For me, the difference between the pair of them right there is when we stretch that one out, we just get a little choppy. We're just not as smooth as our class winner. But I think once we get past that and get him stuck and on the standstill, he's as good as any of them. The young lady that comes in third, again, kind of the same story as the young man. Awesome in terms of her technique. Her hands are good. She's very good in terms of transitioning from getting in front of that sheep or showing the front of that sheep to getting into that sheep. She gets a lot of muscle and shape out of that sheep. For me, it was a spacing issue. When we got us on the final four over here, we were just a little closed up to the person in front of us, and when it gets that tough and that competitive at the top end, it's small things like that that sort us. I think the technique in your hands and everything you do is very, very good. I'd just like to see you give just a little bit more space when we get them on the standstill. Young lady that comes in four, again, we're going to talk technique a lot today, and I think her technique is very, very good. Her hands are awesome. At times, though, comparatively speaking, just not as aggressive in terms of how much push and drive we're getting out of that sheep. The sheep's wanting to kind of get a little finicky on his back feet and just not want to stand still and drive for the young lady. But I think her technique still brings her to the top end of this class. And then rounding out our top five, the young man that comes in here, again, when we get him propped up and when we get him stuck, young man does an excellent job. At times, we maybe just get a little not as exact or not as precise in terms of our back leg placement, comparatively speaking. But other than that, I think you do an awesome job. Man, a very good set, a very deep class. Again, if you're around ringside, please give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to those in our 13-year-old division of showmanship. And our champion goes to Harper Horning of Crawford County. Second going to Zane Warner of Sandusky. Third, Emma Tinick of Muskingum County. Fourth, Avery Flax, Clark County. And fifth going to Cameron Prince of Champaign County. Now entering the ring is our 14-year-old division of showmanship. 14-year-olds entering the ring. This will be your first call for those 15-year-olds to the makeup arena. First call, 15-year-olds, Market Lamb Showmanship to the makeup arena. Second call for those 15-year-olds, showmanship to the makeup arena. Second call, 15-year-olds. Third and final call for those 15-year-olds to the makeup arena. Third and final call, 15-year-olds.
Well, another really, really good class. And I think these 5 young ladies that come to the top 5 do an excellent job. They're kind of different in terms of how each one of them kind of sets them up and props them up. We've got some kids that do a great job getting a lot of power out of them. I got some kids that do a great job getting a lot of look out of them. And so kind of different in terms of how they get the job done. But I think consistently throughout this class period, we land on a set of girls that continue to get these sheep presented at a very high level. And we're going to start with the young lady on the farthest right. I think just consistent is probably the best word to describe the young lady that wins the class. Technique and hands are awesome. Control is good. I love the speed in which we get around the ring. It's not too fast. It's not too slow. And then when we get them propped up and get them set up, just as consistent as you can see. That sheep never really moves. He never really falters. Young lady is so smooth in terms of her transitions from showing the front to getting a brace on him. Just does an excellent, excellent job. The young lady that comes in 2, and actually the young lady that comes in 3 as well, are very, very similar in how they get these things presented. So smooth. Again, just like we talked our class winner in terms of getting these presented, not as powerful showman compared to our class winner. Maybe just doesn't get it as aggressive in terms of the handle, but I think as in terms of getting them set up and getting them presented, I think your hands are awesome. You do a great job controlling the head, making sure the nose is down. Your technique is good in terms of how you get them presented. For me, the difference between them, I'd like to see the young lady in 2 just be a little bit more aggressive compared to our class winner, and then the young lady that comes in 3, I'd like to see you just get a little bit more out of that sheep comparatively speaking, but an awesome trio to start. The young lady in the bright pink, again, just like we talked to those young ladies ahead of her, does an awesome job and very, very consistent as well as we talked earlier. At times, our foot placement is not as exact or as precise as the 3 above you, but I think consistently, when you get a good look out of that sheep, you do a great job controlling the head, and we do a good job getting him in motion. The young lady that comes in 5, does a great, great, great job. For me, at times, we want to pull that sheep's head a little bit more out of the top side of his shoulders than maybe what I would term ideal. At times we're just a little more jerky comparatively speaking, but again, technique and hands are awesome. Guys, this was a very, very good class, very, very deep all the way through. Again, let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to those showing in our 14-year-old division. Our champion going to Brindley Rice of Trumbull County. Second in that division going to Claire Kramer of Hancock. Third, Piper Pennell of Tuscarawas. Fourth, Brooke Narup of Warren County. And fifth, going to Tinley Cook of Richland County. Now entering the ring is our 15-year-olds, Market Lamb Showmanship. 15-year-olds entering the ring. This will be your first call for those 16-year-olds. First call for 16-year-olds. Each of our class winners today will be receiving an award from the Ohio Township Association, being presented by Gary Salmon, the first vice president, along with from our big committee. Each class winner will be receiving a set of Andes E-Merge cordless clippers, along with our division winners receiving a Weaver clipper bag. Thank you to Pam. We need our division first and second place. We're going to do our intermediate division, so we need those first and second place class winners to head over to the makeup arena from our 13, 14, and 15-year-old. Second call for those in our intermediate division. We need our first and second place from our 13 and 14-year-olds to the makeup arena. Second call for intermediate division championship. Third and final call for those intermediate division champions, first and second places to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
Well, I apologize a little bit for taking just a little bit longer with this group of five out here. Man, this class is very, very good, and I know we've talked about that a lot today, but that's not just me saying words, that's truthful. This class is very, very deep. There's kids on that side. Again, I think they do an excellent job getting these things presented. It's small, minute things that separate this group, and man, when we get to these top three, especially get to these top two, it is a small, minute thing, because I think these two showmen are absolutely elite in terms of getting these things presented. When you talk about kids that are so smooth in terms of how they get these things presented, but yet get still so much out of these sheep in terms of brace and from a handle perspective, their technique is incredible. I love how they get these things in motion. They're not too fast. They're not too slow. It's a small thing, and it's just about your hands. I like the young lady's hand placement just a nickel better than the young man that comes in too, because I think that's about the only difference. I think your techniques are incredible. I think your showman skills are very, very good. I think both of you guys do an outstanding job. The young lady that comes in three, man, again, technique and hand control is awesome. I like her speed when we get these in motion. It's a small thing for me. At times we're just not as exact on our back leg placement compared to the two that win the class, but I think your technique and your hands continue to keep you towards the top end of this class. And then the two young ladies with the white U's that come next, I think both of these girls do an outstanding job. Very similar in terms of how they get these things presented. So square when they get in front of them. Their hands are very, very similar. Again, it kind of comes down to just foot placement a little bit compared to the three ahead of them. And then also for me, the reason we're in four and the reason we're in five, at times the nose of our sheep gets a little too high. I'd like to relax that just a little bit, drop that nose down, make them look just a little bit more comfortable out here. But man, techniques are awesome. We could talk 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 all the way through. A very, very good set. Again, if you're ringside, give them a big round of applause. They did an outstanding job today.
Here are results from our 15-year-old Market Lamb Showmanship. First place, and our champion is going to Addie Dunlap of Warren County. Presenting the award is Courtney Copeland, Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador, and Gary Salmon, the first vice president of the Ohio Township Association. Second, going to Tucker Schufenecker of Ottawa County. Third, Morgan McMahon of Marion. Fourth, Julian Ball of Knox County. And fifth, going to Bryn Huntsman of Mercer County. Now entering the ring is our intermediate division showmanship drive. And our 13-year-old division, we have first place, Harper Horning of Crawford County. In our 14-year-old division, first place, Brindley Rice of Trumbull County. And in our 15-year-old, first place, going to Addie Dunlap of Warren County. And in second place in our 13-year-old division, we have Zane Warner of Sandusky County. And in our 14-year-old division, second place, Claire Kramer of Hancock County. And in our 15-year-old division, second place, going to Tucker Schufenecker of Ottawa. This is our intermediate division championship drive. This is your first call for those 16-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. First call, 16-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
Well, the intermediate division definitely didn't disappoint at all. Very good classes all the way through with all three of them. The junior set of them was very good. The intermediate set was really good, and excited to go through the senior set here in just a second. We get these 6 individuals back out here, and man, I think it's awfully close between a set of them because I think they all do an incredibly good job. Again, kind of comes down to personal preference and how we like to see them presented. Small, minute things about how I like to see them maybe different than you guys, and that's okay, and that's why we come out here each and every day. I think an awesome set. Congratulations to these kiddos. Man, there was one class that was awfully deep, awfully good. We're going to keep the two older kids together. Congratulations.
And congratulations in our intermediate division. Our champion goes to Addie Dunlap of Warren County from our 15-year-old division. And our reserve champion, also coming from the 15-year-old division, Tucker Schufenecker of Ottawa County. This is your third and final call for those 16-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. For our overall division winner, they'll be receiving an award from the Mark Bamberry family. Our reserve champion showman will receive the Dave Howe and Denny Miller Memorial Award. Final call for those 16-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Final call, 16-year-olds. First call for our 17-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. First call, 17-year-olds. Second call for those 17-year-olds to the Schroyer Show Stock Makeup Arena. Second call, 17-year-olds to the makeup arena. Final call for those 17-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Final call to the 17-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena.
Man, we talked depth of classes already several times, and again, this class is very, very deep and very, very good. We can go 20, 25 deep in this class and find incredibly good showmen. Man, the three boys that start this class, though, I think just kind of take it to the next level. I think all three of these kids do just an outstanding job. Every moment that they've stepped in the ring, these sheep have looked on point. They've done an incredibly good job of taking care of their projects and getting them here. I think for me, the young man that wins the class, I think he just has the most body control of the sheep, comparatively speaking, of the rest of the class. He's just a little bit more attentive, I guess, to that ewe lamb's top line than the young man that maybe follows him, because I think technique and I think hands and I think speed around the ring, all of those things he does to an extremely good level. The young man that follows him does those things as well. I think he's just a little bit more attentive to the top line of that ewe lamb than the young man that comes in two. These two kids are incredibly, incredibly good. The young man that comes in two, you talk about as smooth as they come, doesn't get rattled, just takes his time, is as efficient setting the sheep up as anybody in the class. I think his body control and where he sets into that sheep is so good. His hands are awesome. The speed when we get that ewe lamb around the ring, I know we've got to kind of watch our top line, and you do take care of that at times. For me, when we got to the side over here on the third, or with those final three, her spine did want to come up just a little bit, and that's where we've got to cut and decide the line in this particular class, because I think technique and hands are extremely, extremely good. The young man that follows in third, again, could say the same thing as the young man that was in second right there. I think your hands and your technique is very good. At times, we're maybe not just as attentive in terms of our feet and leg placement, and compared to the two ahead of him, maybe just don't get as much, not as aggressive in terms of our handle and as much of a drive compared to the two ahead of him. But I think your hands and your technique and your control of that sheep still need to bring you to the top end of the class. The two young ladies that come in 4 and 5, I think, are similar in terms of how they get these presented. Young lady in 4 is the power showman. She gets a lot out of that sheep, and she gets a lot of drive and push. For me, when we got into that top 5, our spine wanted to get a little bit softer. We wanted to fight us on a back leg just a little bit. And again, when it gets that close between these 5 of them, you got to cut it somewhere, and that's where we fell today. Young lady does an incredibly good job. And then rounding out her top 5, again, love the hands, love the technique of the young lady. I think for me, when we get that one in motion, I just like to speed you up a little bit. I think we take it just a little too slow. I'd like to get you just moving a little bit faster. But an awesome set, man. We could go 10, 12, 15 deep in this class. Again, if you're ringside, give them a big round of applause. They definitely deserve it.
Congratulations to those in our 16-year-old division. Market Lamb Showmanship, our largest class of today, with 30 sheep being shown. Our champion goes to Maddox Narup of Warren County. Presenting the award is Gary Salmon from the Ohio Township Association and Courtney Copeland, Ohio Lamb and Wool Queen. Second in the class goes to Hunter Burns of Dark County. Third, Braden Wolf, Wyandotte County. Fourth, Shelby Bays of Richland. And fifth, going to Sutton Weston of Marion County. Now entering the ring is our 17-year-old Market Lamb Showmanship. Entering the ring, 17-year-olds. This will be your first call for those 18-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. First call, 18-year-olds. This is your second call for those 18-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Second call, 18-year-olds. Final call for those 18-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena. Final call. 18-year-olds for Market Lamb Showmanship.
Well, another really good set. And the two young ladies that surfaced to the top for me, I think the more that we get them out here and the more that they show them and get them presented, the more you can just kind of, flip and flop either way, because I think both of them do an outstanding job. I think technique and hands and head control is extremely good. For me, the young lady that wins the class, when we get it in motion, I think that's where she has the advantage over the young lady that comes in second. She's just a little softer on that sheep when we get him in motion. And just lets that sheep kind of naturally take a stride and be the athletic one that it is, and get out and go. Because when we get them propped up and we get them stuck, I don't know how much you can separate these two young ladies, because I think their techniques are incredible, their hand control is good, foot placement has always been on point for these two throughout the day, and I think both of them do an outstanding job. Just maybe a little change in terms of how we get that one in motion, just kind of soften just a little bit when we get her going, but a very, very good pair. The young lady that comes in three, it resembles the two class winners quite a bit, just in terms of her technique and hand control. For me, it's a little thing of when we get that one handling, when I get my hands on it, that sheep wants to overbrace just a little bit, and you do a good job taking care of his spine when he gets out, and he is just set on the side. For me, though, he just wants to lunge. He just wants to push a little bit too hard to move you any higher in this class, but I think your technique and your hands still bring you so to the top end of this class. The young man that comes here in 4, I think just in terms of doing a good job, kind of an all-around good job, I think he does that very, very well. But love his technique, his hands, the control that he has of that sheep's head. At times, though, we get a little quick, we get a little jolty when we get out and get him setting legs and doing those things. And when I get my hands on him, sometimes we run to pull on that sheep's head just a little bit, but that's getting awfully critical of a young man that does a very, very good job. And then rounding out our top 5, again, technique and hand control is very, very good of the young lady. At times, I don't know if our foot placement is just the most ideal, comparatively speaking, to the rest of our top 5, but again, technique is awesome. This very, very good class, very deep, all the way through. Again, let's give these kiddos a big round of applause if you're standing ringside.
Congratulations to those in our 17-year-old Market Lamb Showmanship. We had 21 sheep shown. Our champion goes to Carly Mag of Putnam County. Second in that class going to Delaney Dute of Wayne. Third going to Bryn Shear of Wayne. Fourth to Brady Barth of Washington. And fifth to Morgan Neal from Huron. Presenting awards is Gary Salmon, First Vice President of the Ohio Township Association, and Courtney Copeland, Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Now entering the ring is our 18-year-olds, our final class of Market Lamb Showmanship, 18-year-olds entering the ring. We will need those first and second place from our 16 and 17-year-old divisions to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena for our senior drive. Second call for those class winners from 16 and 17-year-olds to the Schroyer Showstock Makeup Arena for our senior division drive.
Well, a really, really good group of seniors or 18-year-olds that come out here. And, man, I think we land on a pair of them that start this class that both do just an outstanding job getting these ULAMs presented. And for me, I think the young lady in the blue, I think from the side just gets a little bit more out of that ULAM, just in terms of her head control and the extension that she provides. I love her technique and how much muscle and brace that she gets out of that U. So square when she gets into them, and yet when she gets that one in motion, she's very, very smooth about it and doesn't get in too big of a rush, takes her time and gets that sheet propped up. Young lady does an outstanding job. The young lady in 2, man, you get a lot out of this ULAM. And again, I love your technique and how square you hit into that ULAM. Your hands are great. Your head control is very, very good. It gets very, very challenging between the pair of them. I think for me, when we get it in motion, just maybe not as fast or maybe not as agile as the ULAM that wins the class, but I think your technique and your hands are so, so good. Always when you get him propped up, you are still, you don't move, you just do an outstanding, outstanding job. The young lady in 3, I think, again, if we just talk about getting one presented extremely well, this young lady does a great job about that. For me, it's a technique thing. I'd like to see you just a little bit more centered in front of that sheet. That's a personal preference of mine, but taking everything away, I think you do an outstanding job. With your head control, still getting a lot of muscle and shape. That ULAM is always looking extremely good. You get her legs set, you get in front of her, and man, you don't move. You control her head, and when you get that one in motion, it's very similar to our class winner. You do an excellent job. For me, I'd just like to see a little bit more centered in front of that ULAM, but that's a personal preference of mine. Young lady does a great, great job. Young lady in 4, again, similar to the young lady that was second, honestly, does a great job. Once you get that one stuck, you don't move. You stay still. You keep that one exactly where she needs to be and do an excellent job with that. I think when we get that one in motion, of the top 5, honestly, probably just the least controlled in that group. I'd like to see you just a little bit more in control of that ULAM, I guess, and to move on up. But I think your technique is very good. You do a great job getting that one presented. And once again, when you get that one stuck, man, you don't move. You just stay there, and that's awesome. The young lady that comes out in 5, man, this young lady does an excellent job as well. And again, technique and control, head position is very good. For me, when we got down to that top 5, maybe our feet just weren't set as ideally as I'd like to see them, and that's what happens when we get into a class that's this competitive. It's small, minute things like that can sort of, you do a great job. All the way down the line, very, very good job. Congratulations to these kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to those in our 18-year-old Market Lamb Showmanship. We had 15 sheep shown, and our champion, it goes to Reese Cook of Richland County. Second going to Elise Honeycutt of Stark County. Third, Callie Hoppus, Marion. Fourth, Gabriella Izzo of Medina. And fifth place going to Addison Dillo of Champaign County. Presenting our awards are Gary Salmon, the first Vice President of the Ohio Township Association, and Courtney Copeland, Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. We are now ready for our senior division Market Lamb Showmanship. We'll have our 16, 17, and 18-year-olds. Entering the ring from our 16-year-old division, first place, we have Maddox Narup of Warren. In our 17-year-old division, first place, Carly Mag of Putnam. And in our 18-year-old division, first place, Reese Cook of Richland. In our 16-year-old division, second place going to Hunter Burns of Dark County. In our 17-year-old division, Delaney Doot of Warren County. And in our 18-year-old second place, we have Elise Honeycutt. This is our senior division Market Lamb Showmanship.
Well, I believe this is the last time I'll be on the mic today, and I first off want to thank the Ohio State Fair and Pat and crew for having me out. I've had a blast sorting it today. Getting out here yesterday was not as much fun, but sorting it today has been an awesome deal for me. These classes have been very, very good from the start of this morning with the 8 and 9 year olds all the way to that senior group. Man, the classes have been good, and that's a compliment to this state for sure because the quality is so deep and so good. So if we could, while we're all standing real quick, let's give a big round of applause to all the kids that participated today because they definitely deserve it. You know, as we get out here in showmanship, like I said at the beginning, it's a subjective deal, and it's my opinion today, and I can promise you, you could roll these things right back out with a different guy sorting it, and you might have a lot of variation in terms of the classes. I've had the opportunity to grow up showing in this industry, and I tried to be pretty competitive in the showmanship deal, and as well as with the regular show, and you could stand. There could be days that you could go win. There's days that you'd stand sixth, and you may not always know why, but if you're out there, if you're in the top 10 consistently, if you're always consistently sorting towards the top end of those classes, you're a good showman, and these 6 out here kind of excel in those areas. Very, very good set. I wish you guys the best of luck. I know you got the ULAM show today and the market show tomorrow, and so I hope you guys enjoy those days, enjoy the fair. It's been an awesome set, guys. This top 6 or top 2 that we're going to pick today are awfully good, and so if you would, again, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll put the mic down and shake your hand of your champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Our senior division champion comes from the 18-year-old class. That's Reese Cook of Richland County. And our reserve champion comes from our 16-year-old division, and that is Maddox Narup of Warren County. That does conclude our showmanship for our market lambs. We had 217 exhibitors showing with us today. We thank Mr. Chase McGolden of Oklahoma for coming and judging with us. We'll see you all back at 3 p.m. for our Open Youth Jackpot U Show. We'll be starting promptly at 3 p.m. our Open Youth Jackpot U Show.